greetings. There really is nothing to talk about. And this is not talking about anything. It's actually not even talking. I'm serious. There's no talking taking place. There's no hearing either. This isn't a video, even. None of this exists. And this won't be comprehensible. You can't understand it. There's nothing to understand here. Even if it seems like the words make syntactical sense, even if it seems like there are sentences, this apparent sense that's being made isn't real. The apparent sense is in fact senselessness. It's just an enfoldment of senselessness. In fact, to the extent that anything seems to make sense, anything at all, is also the extent, well, I shouldn't say the extent. To the extent that something seems to make sense, it actually enhances senselessness. It makes things more senseless. Because the apparent sense always comes into conflict with some other apparent sense. Which is the same thing as saying that any apparent reality always comes into conflict with some other apparent reality. worldviews come into contact with each other and there's friction to the point that they pretty much eradicate each other, or they vitiate each other. Is that how you pronounce that? Vitiate? Vitiate? They negate each other. And all that's ever left is nothing. No reality, no meaning. This is not to say that there is a more fundamental underlying truth that comes out, or that supplants the negated truth. There's in fact no underlying truth. There's in fact nothing. And in fact, that statement isn't even true itself. Nothing that's being said here is true. There's only paradox. And to say that there's only paradox is not even saying that there's anything, because paradox isn't something that has substance in any sense. Paradox is not truth. It doesn't have any truth. It's something that negates itself. But there's no implication for this. It's not important to try and understand this at all. This is not a truth claim of any sort. This isn't saying anything that makes any sort of claim to be more true than anything else. It's just saying that there isn't any truth, including this. And in that sense, you could say that this is highly problematic. This is a big problem. But it's only as problematic as all of reality. And all of reality is so problematic that it, in fact, does not even exist. People are familiar with the idea that life presents you with ongoing problems one after the other. And people have various attitudes towards that. But I think it's usually some form of the problem can be solved in some way. Not always. There might be the attitude that we can overcome all these hurdles in life and get to a satisfied place, a comfortable place, a resting place. Or there might be an attitude that life is suffering, and so we must endeavor to accept the truth that life is suffering. And that once we accept that truth, there will be, something better, some more placid perspective on it all. Acceptance. That the idea that acceptance is a good thing, that acceptance is better than non-acceptance, that it will reduce suffering. But in fact, real acceptance is not actually possible. I mean, total acceptance is not possible. I mean, you can accept like almost everything. You can accept perhaps even all of apparent reality. I'm not totally certain about that, but you could accept like close to all of apparent reality, it seems. But that's probably not actually true, it's not. It's just that the fact is that problematicness, the problematic aspect of life could be said to actually be the entire substrate of reality. And in that sense, it's kind of like saying, well, it's the same essentially as saying that there is no problem, if all that there is problem. You know what I mean? Like if there's no such thing as solution, then there's also no such thing as a problem. You know what I mean? Like, problem and solution are just like a binary pair that need each other to have any meaning. But I'm saying it's closer to the truth to say that neither have any meaning. That there is either only problem or no such thing as problem. And so, like, you know, solution just, the idea of solution just kind of disappears there. And so it might be a little better to say not that problem is the fundamental nature or substrate of reality, but more that incompleteness, incomplete, is the fundamental substrate. That that there just isn't something like a state of wholeness or oneness. There's no such state that could be experienced. And this is self-evident, I would say, just in that the whole concept of a state that could be experienced implies that there are at least two. There's the experienced and the experiencer. That implies at least two things, two entities. And this action of experiencing actually entails a separation. Like, to experience is to be separate. It is to experience is to experience limitation. To experience is to experience not being everything. Because to be everything, there could be no experience of. And to be everything would mean this exact same thing as to be nothing. Because there's no experience, and if there's no experience, there is nothing. So, in actuality, to speak of wholeness and to speak of emptiness are essentially the same. They really are the same. Nothing and everything are the same, The absolute is just is exactly the same as nothing, an absence. And in fact, neither the absolute nor nothing can ever be reached. They can never be experienced. They can never be comprehended, understood, seen. And so essentially, they can't even exist. And so what there seems to be is something. What it seems like is that I can experience something, but I can't experience everything. And that I can't experience nothing either. And so sometimes there's a desire in either direction, to experience everything or to experience nothing. Because the state of seeming to exist and only experiencing what we're experiencing is seen as unsatisfactory or maybe even painful. And so the thought is, if there's a way to know the ultimate truth, then that compromised situation would disappear, or to stop experiencing whatsoever, to let this I fall away, then the suffering would disappear. Or just the idea that if we could have a different experience than the one we're having, then it would be better in some way. That there could be a better state to be experienced. And this is kind of the idea that is at the heart of such ideas as meaning and purpose and morality. But actually, the state of incompleteness, in a sense, is perfect because it actually is the fundamental ground of reality. It, like, this state of incompleteness, of being limited, of feeling like a limited individual, you know, who is discontent, who is flawed, who can't seem to figure it all out. Who always needs to change in some way. That is, in fact, a perfect expression of the fundamental nature of reality. In fact, it is all of reality. It is everything, and it's nothing. Absolutely everything that appears is it. Absolutely everything that appears is all of reality, which is nothing. Everything that seems problematic is the problematic nature of reality. It's everything. Everything / nothing cannot experience itself. It cannot experience, and it cannot be experienced. And so it cannot exist. And so this feeling, this apparent something, this feeling that there's something but not everything, you know, there's something here but there's not quite enough. This experience of incompleteness is the absolute not seeing itself fully. It is nothingness not knowing itself fully. Because it can't. Reality is always compromised. Because reality is essentially impossible. And yet here it seems to be. Like, this is actually impossible. It cannot exist. No absolute can be reached or known because it can't even exist. Like to know the absolute is an oxymoron. And it's the same as saying nothingness, that nothing cannot be known, nothing cannot be experienced. And so because nothing cannot exist. And to talk about knowing or experiencing nothing is an oxymoron. And so this is what you have. Reality, apparent reality, consists of paradox and nothing else. And even the notion that, say, you know, well, someone obviously exists to be saying these words, and someone has to exist in order to be hearing these words, and so isn't the existence of these people real? Like, don't we really exist? And you know, doesn't the floor that I'm standing on seem solid and hard? But that is part of the paradox. That one's non-existence cannot be experienced, is never experienced. The non-existence of self is never experienced. Because to say something like experiencing the self or experiencing enlightenment, which, like, enlightenment implying the dissolution of self, the non-existence of self, is an oxymoron. There would still have to be someone there to experience it. And that someone is the same as separation, of incompleteness, of not being everything and not being nothing. Which is to say that there's no such thing as enlightenment. It just does not exist. Not as a thing, not as an experience, not as any kind of transitory event, not as any kind of event. And yet, at the same time, no individual exists. And yet, there really seems to be one. There seem to be a lot of them. And yet, they can never actually be found. Never. You can never actually find an individual. Not yourself, nor anyone else. What seems to be an individual, whether we're talking about you or someone else or me, is a completely empty concept. All you have to do is investigate. And you all you have to do is look for where or what exactly is the individual, and it just isn't found. It's like the concept of an individual is a form of limitation. And it's actually a concept of limitation. And this is perfectly natural and fine. There's no actual problem with this. It's just that it is inherently problematic. Or it's the same as the problem that is the fundamental problem of everything. That everything is incomplete because everything can't be. The concept of the individual is completely dependent on a whole other web of concepts that in themselves are empty. For instance, the individual would have to have some form of free will and some sort of internal locus of control that would be a discrete entity, independent of the rest of the world. It would have to have a continuous identity, which then infers the actual continuity of time, that there is actually time and continuity, which is itself an empty concept. The idea of a person depends on the idea of time. As well as space and locality. And all of these ideas are forms of limitation. They are expressions of the limited nature of reality. They're compromised because they're compromised because they are perfect expressions of the compromised nature of reality. Time doesn't exist. The present moment doesn't exist. There is no present moment. There is no now. When the now is looked for, it can't be found. And obviously the past nor the future can't be found. The past and the future are projected as something that's not now, that has existed or will exist. It's a projection of the seeking of something real. It's like the seeking of now. Since now cannot be found now, it's kind of projected that now must have existed before and will exist in the future. They're cliffs?
Yeah, I'm never going to get them. I don't know.
Don't know where they are.
Oh, okay. Over there. Thanks.
And so even this just doesn't exist. Like this is not even an experience. Like this is only paradox. Like this can't even exist. Like no truth can be said. This can't be reached. This can't be experienced or known. It's just, complete emptiness at the core of it. But that emptiness cannot even be known. All this is a compromised appearance. It's just an untruth. It's just a falsehood. Everything that appears is only illusion and untruth. And it's all that it could be. It's all that could ever be. It's all that ever has been or will be. And in fact, there just is no has been or will be, actually. Because time is an illusion. And it's also at the same time, it's so completely ordinary because it's right in front of us all the time. It's all that there is. It's completely ordinary and completely impossible. That existence is just impossible. And any avenue that you want to go down, this paradox, if you take it seriously and you're thorough about investigating any kind of claim of truth or any kind of claim of certainty, any system of knowledge, any system of meaning, if you actually take its premises seriously and just use it to investigate itself, the paradoxical nature of it always is revealed. And so systems of meaning and knowledge always destroy themselves. It can't be any other way. Any kind of ideology or worldview, if taken seriously, destroys itself. just kind of think about the prospect, think about the odds actually, that out of all time, you know, from the supposed beginning of time to the supposed end of time, whether you think that is a finite period or an infinite period, and compare that to the amount of time that you are alive, that a human is alive, and then use that to, you know, roughly estimate the probability that you happen to be alive right now. That whenever the now is, you know, the infinitely thin sliver of time that is moving from past to the towards future, just happens to fall on the infinitesimally small sliver of time that happens to be your lifespan. That the now just happens to be falling after your birth and before your death, and not in the infinite time span before your death or the infinite time span after your death. And so all this is like taking, you know, the most apparently fundamental truths about reality, you know, scientific truths, and just applying it to itself and seeing how it makes no sense. It just completely upturns itself. It doesn't make any sense. And so then it's like, if you have to concede that that is infinitesimally unlikely, or you can go down, you can kind of try to explain that by saying that, well, I'm alive now because if I weren't alive, then I wouldn't be able to perceive not being alive, and therefore, but then that gets into the fact that when you then have to concede that experiencing itself is determining things like time. Experience is having such an effect on time that it's essentially creating time. And that it's creating locality. So you could ask a similar question in a more spatial orientation. You could ask, there are 7 billion people on the planet. Why did I just happen to be myself, and not any of those 7 billion people? That's like you know, an incredibly small odds. And so, you know, pretty obviously you would go the route of, well, if I'm not me, then I can't experience being me, and since I'm not all the other billions of people, I'm not experiencing being those other billions of people, and therefore I'm here and not there. I'm here and not there. And that is actually tantamount to saying that the quality of experiencing, or of individuation, you could say, creates such a thing as locality. It's like the same as, why were you born a person and not a rock? Not one of the, infinitely more amounts of rock that seem to exist in the world or in the universe, as opposed to, your particular body. And so it's the same. It would be the same line of logic. Well, because I experience, and rocks don't experience. Rocks don't have subjectivity, would be the argument, but humans do have subjectivity. In fact, humans, it could be said, have the most complex form of subjectivity. We're the most intelligent beings that we know of in the universe, it would be said. And therefore, other animals and life forms, it would probably be said, don't have things like astronomy, cosmology, philosophy, and religion, and physics to have any kind of the framework to be able to ask these sorts of questions, to make observations on the universe. And because us humans happen to be in this privileged position of having the most sophisticated systems of knowledge and the highest capacity for abstraction and conception, is why these sorts of questions arise at all. And so, that does actually follow naturally from these questions. But then what follows there is the question, is this question. How likely is it then that the form of subjectivity that is present here and now just happens to be in the form of the most sophisticated, highest form of intelligence that is known about? Why is that? It seems so lucky. So in one case, maybe you would just stop there and be like, well, we're extraordinarily lucky then, and we should take advantage of this special opportunity to learn the most about reality, since we're on the leading edge. But I'm here to say that all of these premises are completely empty. All the premises upon which this conceptual framework are based are totally empty. Let me think a little bit on how to best articulate that. Let me take a whiz while I think about that. Let me also have a sip of tea somewhere, because it's a really tricky question to think about. For one thing, even the whole concept of sophistication or complexity is itself empty. And I don't just mean this in like the cultural relativism sense, although that's maybe a good example. You know, the example of like Eurocentrism, where people in this apparent lineage of like Western European thought tend to privilege this conceptual framework, this system of thought, this system of meaning, as being like the highest level of truth, the most sophisticated system of truth, you know, empiricism and objectivity and everything that like follows from that, as being more advanced in some way. And then, you know, there's loads of compelling arguments that isn't the case, and that the notions of complexity and sophistication on which that's based just aren't real, aren't true, and that is in fact a system of thought that defeats itself. Like when you actually take these notions of sophistication and then use them to like analyze in that same fashion something from a different culture that is supposedly less advanced or less sophisticated, it's actually found that what's contained in that culture, whatever aspect it is that's being analyzed, has a level of complexity or sophistication that greatly exceeds the notion, that greatly surpasses the amount of sophistication or complexity that was thought to comprise the European Western system of thinking or system of culture, and coming, you know, on its own grounds. It's like on Western civilization's own criteria of complexity and sophistication. It can be found when its own model of analysis is applied to something other than itself. And so then its own kind of, and then its whole thing just eats itself. Its whole concept of valuation eats itself. And the notion of value just disappears like an Ouroboros. It just, you know, and so that's merely an example. And in fact, every single concept or premise or framework that was involved in this example, in this explanation that I've just given, is itself one that would eat itself and vanish into emptiness if investigated thoroughly. And then, you know, so there might be this objection to, like, there could be this question, okay, well, you know, this objection that, okay, well, you know, humans are the only beings to even understand this, type of complexity. Or it could be said that like, you know, like here's maybe a good example. Like, how come a human can understand what a deer is, and a human can understand like how a deer behaves and thinks. Like, a human can understand more or less what deer cognition and what a deer's experience is, more or less, like. Whereas the other way around isn't, that a deer wouldn't have the cognition to understand what human cognition is. This would be the claim. Like, that a human can understand, you know, less sophisticated forms of life more thoroughly than the less sophisticated forms of life could understand a human. But here's the thing, is that a deer does not exist outside of the human conception as such. I'm saying it does not exist as such. It's like deer is obviously a human word, and what that word refers to is a whole interlinked system of concepts that are uniquely human in origin. And now I'm not saying that I'm not like in any way denigrating the deer's existence. I'm not saying that a deer doesn't exist in comparison to humans, which do exist. It's not anything like that. It's just that the concept of deer, and the perception, the entire existence of deer is in fact a reflection of the nature of the experiencer. It's this, like, the specificity of a deer is a reflection of the specificity of the perceptual and conceptual apparati of the perceiver, the one that perceives the deer. In this case, we're talking about the human. So it's like deer subjectivity actually cannot be reached by a human, obviously. But I don't want you to misinterpret this as like a kind of nature reverence. I don't want you to misinterpret this as me saying that, you know, like animals and other life forms have their own special mysterious intelligences that we just can never understand. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, like, that could be true to an extent, but I'm actually saying I'm actually saying that fundamentally no life exists, that there is no human, there's no such thing as a human, and there's no such thing as a deer or any other life form, nor any non-life form, nor any matter or anything solid, or, you know, it's like all of these ideas that appear solid are only solid like in total dependence of one another, and in total dependence of subjectivity, which is itself empty. And so, for instance, the sort of proclamation of, I mean, not necessarily proclamation, but like the notion of other life forms being a less sophisticated version of us, or which is the same as saying that like we are the most sophisticated version of life. You know, for example, it's like the notion of complexity and sophistication. We are forever at the pinnacle of that. It's like, you know, and like, so inanimate matter is like at the bottom. It's like there's this hierarchy, this supposed hierarchy, where we are at the pinnacle of sophistication, and everything else is on a level, is on like a gradation of less sophisticated. And then you have a rock, which is like, you know, the least sophisticated thing at all, like has the least complexity from our view. And you know, this all being confirmed, this all being like reinforced by all of our scientific knowledge. But the fact is that this would be the case, like from any perspective. That it is in fact like just an artifact of perspective. It's that this knowledge, this apparent knowledge, including, you know, what complexity is actually what constitutes our very subjectivity. It is actually what constitutes perspective. It's that system of knowledge is also what creates, it is part of what creates the apparent human experience. Like, without that body of knowledge, there's no human experience. And so, like, you know, just to like another example, it's like the deer. So we would imagine that the deer can't comprehend the complexity of the human mind because it doesn't have the... Oh, speaking of which, it doesn't have the same kind of, it doesn't have the cerebral cortex to comprehend what we can comprehend. That's what we would imagine. But like, it might be a little bit closer to the truth to say that what the deer imagines, or like what the deer's experience would be of a human, is that that human is a less sophisticated version of a deer. Or that like that, it's like that thing there is like a little, it seems a little bit deer-like, but not quite. And so it would be like, you know, that's like, that there is an other, that is a lesser version of me, that's less me than I'm me. And so that's kind of the heart of it. That's kind of the heart of the heart of where this all comes from. It's the idea that something there is less me than this in here or whatever, like wherever in here is. And that's all illusion. That's all illusory. Because if you look at the in here, it can't be found. And if you actually try to reach the out there, it can't be found either. Like out there, you know, it looks like we can go somewhere, that we can make there become here in the future. Is never the case. Like there's actually no here. And in just like a very obvious literal sense, you can just ask yourself, where exactly is here? What exactly does here even mean? You know, is it the boundaries of my body? In which case, if that's what you're thinking, then, you know, that's like, can be shown to be a very indistinct, like fuzzy boundary that essentially doesn't exist. Because if you get your hand cut off or your arm cut off, you would then, you know, your arm is then over there. It's no longer here, and that the rest of your body is here. Ooh, it's cold in here. And spooky. This is about to get spooky. You know, and then you get that question of, like, suppose hypothetically that you did a brain swap, and then the question is, okay, what's now you? It'd be, is it the body with a new brain, or the brain with a new body? And most people would tend to say it's the brain with the new body would be the new you, because apparently the you is contained in the brain. So apparently the here is like in the brain, inside the skull, looking out from the eyes. But all of this is part of a story. The existence of a brain is a story. Like, it's not only that you've never seen your own brain. Like, you know, let's like take some imaginary scenario where some elite brain surgeon like opens up your skull while you're still conscious and sets up an orientation of a set of mirrors, so that you can look through the succession of mirrors at the surface of your cortex or whatever. And so you would see it in the same way that you see your hand or something. But even still, it doesn't mean that you could see where the here is, like where the self is located, like where that internal locus is, that the origin of the I. And it's so, it, like, in fact, like, all of every single concept that constitutes the self, even how real it seems, is ultimately empty. Like if you take the body, it's like, it's like, it feels real. Okay, so like, what is sensation even? It's like, that seems to be like the proof, is that like you can sense it. You can sense something being real. You can sense that my hand hurts if I bite it, but the carrot doesn't hurt if I bite it. But then it's like, even so that's based on a sensation of pain. But like, in a way, the pain isn't actually proof, because you can look at pain and see the emptiness of it. Like, you actually can't pin that down either. You can't pin down what the pain is. And eventually it would disappear. It would disappear anyways. It's like if you bit your finger, it would hurt until you bit it all the way off, and then it would heal over, and the pain wouldn't be there before anymore. And you take that farther to like the notion of death, which is like, seems like a problem. It seems like a problem because we think about the world going on without us. That we won't be able to be here to control what's going on. But in fact, there's never any control. There's never any us here to begin with. And without the experiencer, there is no world. And in fact, there already is no experiencer, and there is no world. This is spooky as fuck. This is so spooky. Whoa. It's like going down. It's like there's a hole here. I can't see the ground. Here we go. Like another way of saying all this is that it's like thinking about it creates it, but in a much deeper way. That actually experiencing creates it. Experiencing creates the separation. And then it's like all the sort of like derivative embellishments on experience. So concepts and knowledge and all of that, all of the complex components of experience, you know, all the like layers built on top of experience. Are the things that create all the apparent complexity of the world. As in, the apparent complexity of the world is only a reflection of the complexity of the structures that appear on top of experience. But in fact, none of that is even real. Neither the world nor the complicated structures of consciousness. And in fact, experience is not even real. there actually is no experience. There is no self and there is no world. And neither is there unity. There's not oneness. There's not the absolute. It's like, in fact, all this what we might call misapprehension, all this illusion, is actually all of it. And nothing. Already. And we can't even talk about like relative truth, because there's actually no truth that's truer than any other truth. There just is no direction. There is no valuation. Holy shit, this is spooky. Oh my God. All right, I'm turning the light on. Oh my God. there's no direction. There's no complex versus uncomplex. There's no better or worse. There's no progress. There's no like advanced or unadvanced. There really, literally is just nowhere to go, nowhere to get to, no means of valuation. And even this, like what is being said here, is also not more true than something else. Oh man, where the hell am I? Okay, act cool. Act cool. All right, I think we're in the clear, it seems like. I mean, we're never really in the clear. I mean, in fact, yeah, we're sort of this is a bad part of town. Now we're in trouble. See where we are. How are we gonna get ourselves out of this one? Go back in the tunnel? I think I got a plan. You know, it's really hard to think. Because you just kind of, it's like we're in normal life now. Here we are in the real world. Here we are in the normal world with people and stuff. how do you how do we reconcile all this that has been said, you know, with this apparent reality? There shouldn't be any problem. Shouldn't be any contradiction.
If somebody has a good idea or a good connection, you know, like, so she was like, yeah, sure, I love that idea. So she doesn't even know.
You know, I'm saying that nothing is true to begin with, including everything that's said. I gotta take layers off. You know, it's like here it's like I feel like now I'm in an environment that's unfriendly to the sort of thing that I'm talking about. But that shouldn't actually be true, right? That's not actually true. I am not in an environment. This isn't an environment, and there's no, you know, there's no me in it. It's just this. I think here's one just total interpretation of why there's a weird feeling now. I think it's something like in surrounded by other people, and you know, like, of course, this is the mode of speaking now. It's like could be seen as a total defection on a previous mode of speaking. It is actually. I'm just talking about time. I'm talking about different people. I'm talking about location as if they're real. So I'm going to go ahead and keep speaking in this untrue interpretive way, which is fine, because, you know, there is only interpretation. There is only untruth. But to go on and make this interpretation about why I'm feeling weird, which is itself you know, an interpretation that's totally unnecessary. Like, there is actually no feeling. Or weirdness. It's I think here's a way I could put it, is that the way that I've been speaking, which is meaningless, the meaningless way that I'm speaking, the meaninglessness, is like thrown into relief by the apparent world. There's maybe like a perception going on and an interpretation of other people living and doing things with purpose and meaning, doing things that have purpose and having some kind of meaning around what they're doing, having a meaningful identity. That's just kind of like the projection that's going on. There's no actual reality to it. It's something that's only apparently being projected from the apparent me. It's like this eye is actually kind of, you know, seeming to be created in relation to the other, along with the other. It seems like. Like something was, like something jarring happened in the transition from a dark, deserted tunnel to a busy street. So another way of interpreting what's happening is the meaninglessness and the ungraspability of things seeming to overwhelm that which is talking about it. I mean, and this is complete bullshit. Like, every single premise of what is being said here is total bullshit. That there just isn't someone in control. There's no one in control. And even if it seemed, or like in retrospect, there is a possibility of projecting into an apparent past and imagining a self that had some amount of control over what was going on and what was being said, some amount of control of what was being thought. Someone who could grasp things. Someone who had some kind of handle, who had some kind of solid perspective. Someone who had a perspective on things. Someone who had a perspective of a perspectival awareness and who was talking about it and explaining about it. And then someone who became jarred by this transition into a busy urban setting. But none of this is the case. There never has been anyone in control. There isn't anyone in control. There's no one that has any kind of handle on anything. There's actually no perspective. There's no solidity. Like, it isn't actually the case that there are individuals or a world or anything. And this isn't a truth that's like hidden beneath the apparent truth. It isn't actually true at all. There's just nothing. And like what we would call apparent truth is the same thing as it. Like what we would call the being jarred or the being distracted. The distraction is the same thing. I mean, there's like the notion of like the notion that the interpretation that I'm sitting on a bench and potentially creeping people out by just filming the street corner and anybody that walks past. An invasion of privacy. So I'm just kind of considering that interpretation of things, but not giving into it as any kind of ultimate truth or ultimate explanation of what's going on here, what this is. It's weird. It's a weird feeling. It's out of control. It's totally out of control. There just is no control. There's no getting a handle on anything. There's no safety. There's no security. Anything could happen, and essentially anything is happening. There's no knowing like what this is, what this video is. This video doesn't have function. There's no purpose for it. There's no meaning. at all. And and like even that doesn't work. Even that doesn't work as like a purported meaning or like meta meaning or something like that. But at least if I keep talking, then it probably seems less strange sitting here, because people will assume that I'm just talking on a phone or something. Maybe I'll hold the thing closer to my face. But yeah, so I'm just kind of talking here without any meaning to it, without any purpose, without any knowledge of what I'm doing, what I'm talking about. I really don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know where it's going. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't have any guarantee that of any sort of particular feeling, you know, like I don't have any guarantee that the continuation of talking is going to result in any particular feeling. I don't necessarily know that I'm going to remain calm and collected or anything of the sort. In fact, I'm feeling aware that like even the concepts of these words of like calm and collected are kind of empty in themselves, as are the ones that I just said. I really don't think that there's any insight coming. Like I might be tempted to interpret this or frame it as a process, you know. It could be tempting to frame this as a process as opposed to a product. But it's actually not a process nor a product. It's actually not anything. There's not an actual process going on. That would imply directionality. That would imply progress in time. It would imply a lot of things. You know, there's just this going on, and there's nothing in control. There's not even like anyone approving of what's being said. There's not even any like approval of what's being of the speaking. Or like confidence. There's no confidence. Like, and it can also be tempting to talk about the formal framework of long videos, but that's also illusory. Like, this is not that, actually. Like, that is actually a construct. You know, this isn't even sitting on a bench on a street corner. This isn't even making a video. This isn't a video. This isn't watching a video. This isn't watching a video. This isn't watching. This isn't experiencing. This isn't anything. This isn't art. This isn't performance art. This isn't duration. There is no duration. There's just no such thing as duration. There's neither duration nor is there like momentariness. There's no moment. There isn't actually like an ordinary life. Like, this isn't art and this isn't ordinary life. Both terms are meaningless. Or, I mean, think even just like ordinary life. There's just no such thing. The idea of ordinary life, it could only be something like other than what is, you know? It's only something imagined as being either here, either now or in the past or the future. You know, it's only something that seems to exist, a kind of apparition out of like a web of interconnected other apparitions, but it's just empty. And, you know, it can be said, like, you know, all this is equally just bullshit. Everything being said is, you know, just as equally just bullshit. And this is not anything other than ordinary life. This isn't anything extraordinary. Because there isn't anything that's more than ordinary. There isn't anything that's other than ordinary. There's not an exalted state. There's not an exalted anything. There's not a special state. There are no states. There isn't any willpower that could direct one towards a desirable state. Like that is an illusion. All of those things are illusions, including the one that would have the willpower. or the state that would be desired or not desired. It's so out of control. And so it'd be tempting to like suggest, okay, well, accept the out of controlness, accept the absence of self, but it can't even be accepted. That's not there's no one even to do the accepting. And there's no state of acceptance. There's not even an event of acceptance. It's like the only thing that can be said are negative statements. And those are not even true. Those can't be true. They're not a truth claim. It's just like an untruth claim. But that's not even true either. You can't even claim an untruth. There's no truth that forms a basis from which to call anything else untrue. It's as if everything is so untrue that there's not even any truth to the concept of untruth. It's all meaningless. And this just, this just keeps going, so to speak. But it doesn't actually keep going, because there's no going anywhere. There's no such thing as normal people, there's no normal person. It's not like there's these, other people here that behave and think in a way that's different or similar to me or to you. There actually aren't other people. There's no people at all. There's no world at all. It's like, but any of these things that I'm saying don't exist, I'm not saying that they don't exist and something else does exist. I'm just saying that nothing exists, including myself, including these words, including this statement. There's no talking at all. There's no speaking at all. This does not exist at all. There's no video. This is not a video. This isn't anything. And this can't be grasped. It can't be gotten. There's only paradox. And that's not even saying anything, because paradox can't even exist. And we could say that this mode of speaking or of thinking is in conflict with some other mode of speaking or thinking. Maybe we want to interpret it as a conventional mode of thinking. And that's either true insofar as contradiction and conflict is the only thing that exists, or it's false in as much as neither exist at all. There's no mode of thinking at all. There's no thinking at all. There's not this. This isn't a mode of thinking. This isn't thinking. This isn't speaking. And there's no other mode of thinking. There's no other speaking. There isn't thinking. Like, thinking does not have reality. Like, there's no one making this. This isn't even being made, and it doesn't exist. This video does not exist. I guess I'll it seems like something exists for a moment, maybe. Like it seems like there is a this that is something that has duration. As in you could say that because of the nature of what's being said, the total pointlessness of saying anything is constantly seen. There's just no denying that there's no point to saying anything. And yet there seems to be this continuous speaking. And so in a way, that pointlessness can start to feel like duration, you know? It can start to lend to sort of like an apparent emotional tone of a long time. Like this is a long time to speak totally pointlessly and meaninglessly and without purpose. But this is also not true. It kind of points at a desire for something else, whether it be the experience of meaning. I think that's it. The desire for a sense of meaning. I think that's a pretty ubiquitous desire. Like a desire to manifest as something solid and real, substantial. That's what I'm equating meaning with. The desire to be real. It is essentially the desire to exist. If we wanted, we could reduce all desire to the desire to exist. And we could reduce all fear to the fear of non-existence. But in fact, non-existence is all that there is. It is everything. It's this. This is non-existence. And so is fear. Fear itself is non-existence. And so is desire. And so this we can say that, you know, to speak in untrue ways, as we always are anyways, that these videos incite fear. These videos provoke fear. Because these videos are meaningless. There's no purpose for them. There's no reason for them to exist. There's no intent behind them. And so these videos provoke the reaction of fear of the meaningless, fear of the pointless. Fear of the non-existence. And like the fervent and ridiculous rush to fill that void of meaning with a story, to make up a story to account for the lack of meaning. This is all we do as people. This is all that we can do, is make interpretations of who we are and why we're here, what our relationship to the world is, what the point is. In order to grant ourselves this illusion of solidity, that we and something at all exists. Because in actuality, this always defeats that. This always defeats that truth, that apparent truth. Because truth doesn't last. It's not ever real. There's nothing to get here. There's nothing to get from this. Because this never actually lends itself towards solidity, towards meaning, towards reality. Because there just isn't any reality. There never can be. But what seems to be sought for, like the meaning, it's fine, you know, it's all fine. It's all part of it anyways. I mean, it all is it anyways. Like even apparent meaning, say this illusion of finding meaning or of seeming to exist isn't anything. It's not, it's constituted by nothing. Meaning is constituted by meaninglessness. Reality is constituted by unreality. And so there's just nothing that needs to be discovered. There's no direction to go. And yet, at the same time, there's always that apparent experience of lack, of incompleteness. And that is also it. The incompleteness will never be filled. Because the incompleteness is reality. Or I should say, unreality. Non-reality, whatever. And so really, nothing matters. And when I say nothing matters, that's easily misinterpreted as proposing a libertine stance, a nihilistic philosophy. But that's not what's being proposed. Because a libertine approach to life would suppose that there is such a thing as life, that there's such a thing as pleasure or enjoyment or happiness, or their inverse, suffering, pain, etc., or death, and none of which is real, none of which is the case. So the nihilism is not true, because it would propose the non-existence of things like a moral framework, while upholding the existence or reality of other things like pleasure or pain. And so this isn't saying that. This isn't positing a judgment like that. This is more just saying that there's nothing. And it's not saying that you or anyone could benefit from learning something, from learning this. This isn't sharing knowledge or wisdom. This is not knowledge or wisdom or truth or anything like that. And there's nothing to gain from it. There's no one who could gain anything from this or from anything else. This isn't a shift in perspective. There is no shift in perspective, because there's no shifts and there's no perspectives. There's nothing to change, and there's nothing to remain the same. There is no change and there is no continuity. So there's no implication, there's no application. It doesn't matter whether you take this seriously or not. There's nothing here. There's nothing to learn. There's nothing to do. Nothing happens anyways. There's a hashtag hat. I do kind of need a hat. I mean, I need a black hat. I guess I'll take it. Put it on this tree. I'll just keep it here. I'm keeping my hat here. And so, yeah, it's like, it's just completely acceptable just to stop thinking about it. Which also, you know, paradoxically is impossible. Like, I'm just saying that there's nothing that's not acceptable, because there's nothing at all, actually. And so, it's like we could start speaking in completely other terms, other modalities, because they are equally unreal. Like there isn't any relative truth. So whatever we want to do, whatever we want to say, it really doesn't matter. Like, this could be small. We could do small talk. We can just make up nonsense. I mean, that's essentially what's already happening. We could lie. We could confabulate. I mean, that's already what we're doing. We're already lying. We're already confabulating. It's nothing. There is nothing other than lies. There is nothing other than a lie. It's not possible to say something that's true, including this. It's like anything can happen, and we can do anything here, but that's not exactly like. And so it would seem to be a relief or something. Like, I don't know, maybe that's a relief, but it's also no relief. There's just no better place to get. It's only this. It's just this. There isn't a direction. And like the feelings don't matter, because the feelings aren't even real. Like, the apparent feelings are nothing but an unfoldment of nothing. And so they're all perfectly acceptable, even if they're not acceptable, even if they feel unacceptable. It's like, it can also be said that nothing is acceptable. Reality is not acceptable. You know, this is no less true than saying everything is acceptable, is to say that all of reality is completely unacceptable. It is. It's unacceptable. It cannot be accepted because it can't even be known or experienced. It can't even exist. There is no acceptance. It's not possible. And both of these terms, non-acceptance and acceptance, are totally meaningless. And so it's the same thing to say that reality is totally acceptable as it is to say that reality is totally unacceptable. In fact, saying anything is exactly the same as saying anything else, which is the same thing as saying that nothing is said at all, and nothing can be said. Nothing is said. This isn't saying anything. There's no saying happening, ever. There isn't language. There just is not language. And of course, this is a total contradiction. And yet you can't say anything more true. The truest things that you could ever possibly say are completely contradictory. I guess I can put this thing up high. Somebody's mitten. Do you ever have that experience of losing something and then finding it? It's so great. It's such a good feeling of like thinking that you've lost something and then finding it. But you know, of course, it's like the good feeling is necessitated by the bad feeling of having lost something. You know, we could just talk about anything. It doesn't matter, like about it being true or profound or consistent. They're like, the idea of consistency is just false to begin with. It's just like anything goes, because there isn't anything. One time my bike got stolen. This bike that I've had for a really long time. It's that I really love. It's a Trek 520, like a touring bike, made in the 80s. Actually, it's made most likely in the same year that I was born. I looked up the serial code on it, and was born in 1984, same year as me. Which is cool to think about. It's like my same age, and I've had it for so long. I think I've had it since probably like 2006 or so. So how long ago is that? It's like 2021. Is that like 15 years almost? And you know, ridden it so many miles. Ridden it like essentially like from Ohio to North Carolina, and rode it like in a whole loop around the whole state of Massachusetts. But yeah, one day I had it locked to a signpost. I don't know what this guy is telling me to do. Yep. I don't get this, but whatever. My bike was locked to a signpost, and I guess with a fairly inexpensive U-lock, and then I was gone for like just a short time, maybe even like 15 minutes or something, and I came back and it was gone, and so I was extraordinarily bummed, because like they just don't make bikes like that, like chromoly frame, just real simple and durable, like just like simplicity of components, and repairable. You can work on it. But yeah, my housemate suggested that one time I think he had a bike stolen, and so just out of a sort of last attempt, just kind of throwing it out there, because why not, he put a sign up next to the location saying something like bike stolen, reward, maybe offered a reward or something, and put his phone number. So I said, yeah, what the hell, it's like I don't have any better option. So I made a sign that said bike stolen, worth more to me than it is to you. I think I maybe wrote reward on there, and I put my phone number. And then lo and behold, next day somebody calls me up and says, hey, I have your bike and you're gonna get it back. And he didn't even want a reward. And so day after that, he calls me and says that the bike's leaning up against this building, near where the spot is where it got stolen. And so I just went over there, and there it was. And I got it, so I called him and thanked him, and He was very gracious, and I had the suspicion, it seemed like it wasn't him himself who stole it. That didn't seem like what happened, but I suspected that maybe like his friend or maybe his family member was the one who stole it, and so he intervened and returned it to me. And it's such an amazing feeling, and I still have the bike and been riding it for many years since that. And it kind of like sort of adds to the richness of the story between myself and that bike. You know, adds to the sentimental value, if you will, that's something that couldn't be achieved by, like, you know, buying a new expensive bike, no matter how expensive it is. And I'm just saying, you know, this is completely a story. I'm just telling you a story that has no relevance to anything at all. It doesn't mean anything, really. But that it's just that, but, you know, just kind of demonstrating that that's fine too, you know? That, like, you know, maybe the story would, like, imply a certain set of values that I have, and, you know, like the value of like utility and function, and of non-consumeristic orientation. And so, like, in a way, it's like that story is part of me, part of the story of I. It's like part of the story that makes up identity. And so, and this is what everybody is always craving for out of these videos. Like, everybody wants so fucking badly to know little personal details, like my personal story, my history, my why are you doing this, all of that shit. Everybody wants that so bad, as if that's going to do something for them, as if that's going to, like, give them the solidity of meaning that they're looking for, to, like, you know, concretize their purpose in life, so they can, you know, correspond it somehow with their own story, as if they can get something out of it that can, you know, that can figure into their own story, their own making meaning of the world. But it's actually not even the case. Like, not even giving away, you know, all the petty details of the story of my life, of, like, you know, confabulating this identity, which is what it essentially is, because it is essentially meaningless anyways. Will actually get that won't actually get anyone anywhere. You know, it's just another little eddy in the ocean of meaninglessness. It's like you want the eddy, you know, and I'm like, the eddy doesn't matter or not. Like, it doesn't matter whether there's an eddy or not. And so, like, when I'm placed in an environment or a platform, if you will, that's nothing but eddies claiming to be real, eddies claiming to have inherent independent existence and substance, my reaction is to purposely avoid the eddies, to purposely, you know, stick with the ocean of meaninglessness. But this is not true either. This is a total confabulation. This is just a story. This is one of these stories that you're gonna want to grasp onto for an explanation of things. It's bullshit, what I just said. It's not true. It's an interpretation. And it's fine. It's also fine. It's fine to include interpretations. It's fine to include stories. I'm just kind of giving you a hard time for no reason. For no reason. It's as if like, I mean, and it really is as if, because it isn't actual. It just kind of seems like, and you know, of course this is another interpretation, it's not real at all, but that said, it's as if I'm trying to avoid all untruths, and it's as if I'm trying to find truth or move towards truth, and continually realizing its total impossibility. It's total, you know, it's not that. I mean, and that's total bullshit. There just isn't any superior truth. There's no direction. There's no value. There's no valuing anything more than anything else. And paradoxically, this isn't even a perspective that can be taken and valued over anything else either. This itself is bullshit. There's just nothing, there's nothing that's not, you know? There's nothing that's not bullshit, I'm saying. And by bullshit, I mean so paradoxical and so true that it doesn't even exist. Like if I just, you know, made up a story about my life, made up a story about like why I do this or something, it's actually, you know, it's in fact kind of like no less true than something that apparently comes from memory. It's like there's kind of like it's kind of all on the same level in a way. Like, it wouldn't matter if the story that I told you about in my life is, like, you know, true to my memory or not. Because all of it is confabulation. Like, even so like you could say that, okay, well, there's a difference between your true memory and your true story of your lives and a intentional lie about it. But I mean, and I kind of see what you mean by that. But it's also, you know, like what would be the difference is that, like, what seems true from my memory would seem to have, like, consistency, you know, there would be consistency between all the components of the story. But actually, that's not actually true. There isn't actually consistency between, different stories of my life and different interpretations of it. It can change all the time. It does change all the time. And you can really plainly observe that. You can plainly observe the mercurial, ever-changing nature of your own interpretations of your own story, of your own past, and of who you are. It's so easy to see. It's like right in front of you. Like, just an example of like you're feeling sad for any reason or for no reason. You're feeling sad, and the story of your life, the story of your past, your present and your future is going to be a completely different story than when you're feeling really happy and good. They're just two completely different stories that have no consistency with each other. It's like if you're feeling shitty for whatever reason, the story of your story of your life, past, present, and future, is also going to be shitty and full of things like failure and negative self-judgments, negative judgments towards the world, the notion of not being in control, but of an outside oppressing you and limiting you. A cruel, it's like, some version of a shitty you, an incompetent you, a pathetic or depressed you, or whatever it is, some version of failure or lack on your part, and or a shitty world, a cruel world, an unjust world that keeps you in a shitty state. Like, some kind of combination of this will be the story. And like every little component is through that lens. And then, it could be the next year, it could be the next week, the next day, or the next moment where you feel opposite to that. You feel really positive, you feel good, and you feel fulfilled or whatever. And then the interpretation of your story is going to be totally positive, of some combination of a you that's virtuous and capable, and who overcomes adversity easily, and who has moved through the world with purpose and whatnot, or who has found purpose and that sort of thing, and maybe a world that's okay, a world that's a world that's friendly, maybe not. Or a world that's maybe like not unjust or something. Maybe not. But just to say, it's like moment to moment, the story is different. And what this really points to is like the absence of substance of the story, the absence of its reality, the story's inherent unreality. Like, it is actually lies. And that's fine. It's totally fine. Like, what I'm saying here is no more true than anything else. Like, I could be engaging in one of these interpretive stories of myself, of my past, present, and future, of what you know, of where the meaning is in my life, what the purpose is. Like, it's this, you know, this is like, here, you know, here's a potential interpretation for you, is that making these videos provides the meaning in my life, that making these videos gives me a sense of purpose in life. And, like, you know, all kinds of different interpretations and variations on that theme. It's like, because these videos are so different from all the other videos, that like, it gives me a sense that there's a reason for them to exist, and a reason for me to exist. And like, these videos involve a process of really seeing meaninglessness, of really seeing emptiness, of really experiencing emptiness, so to speak, quotes, you know, going into the void, whatever, groundlessness, whatever, you know, all these things that ultimately lack any substance or meaning, like these words. And then, you know, but like, to go on with this interpretation, like, these videos, like, going into this emptiness, into, like, the nothingness, like, trying as far as possible to see what is the way it is, without interpretation, without turning away. You know, using the long duration as a framework to encourage me to move through the uncomfortable feelings that surround, and the resistances, to groundlessness, the resistances towards emptiness. So using that framework to move through those difficulties, and inevitably, like, emerging on the other side, like, feeling actually very full, like, feeling like a very full person, a very fulfilled person, and seeing the world as full, seeing the world as very full and whole, and miraculous, like, miraculous in its paradox. Having like, you know, gone through the reality that reality cannot exist, that it should not exist, and yet here it appears, here it is. And that's miraculous. Now, you may or may not be remembering that this whole segment of the spiel, that is in fact speaking in a positive tone, has a positive valence to it, that has a meaningful and purposeful valence to it, that implies meaning and purpose to this, to what I'm doing, to what you're understanding, towards my life, towards your life, towards our existence in the world, towards the existence of the world, is entirely, you know, in quotation marks. This is like a, you know, a block quote, or it's bracketed under being nothing but an interpretation, nothing but an unfoldment of nothing, an unfoldment of meaninglessness, a manifestation of meaninglessness, and yet here it is. Here it is, that manifestation of meaninglessness. Meaninglessness is this manifesting as an interpretation, if you will, but it's also manifesting as fullness, as wholeness, as meaning, as purpose, as miraculousness, as something that is beyond profound, that cannot be grasped because of how profound it is and how ordinary it is. It's the same thing. Like the positive valence in which there's just something being said here in a positive valence that is exactly the same thing as was being said with a negative valence, a valence not an emotionally negative valence, but coming through the conceptual apparatus of negation, of pointing to the untruth that underlies every apparent truth. And now it's the same thing now being said in a positive valence of reality appearing and manifesting as a miraculous but ordinary truth, if you will. That there is this. Is miraculous, and it is, and completely ordinary, and yet it doesn't even exist. It's completely ridiculous. The impossible exists. And still there's nothing that needs to be said. This is nothing different. Nothing has changed. No perspective has changed. There's not something here now that's different from before you watched this video or whatever. There's nothing different. It always has been and always will be. And that goes without saying that that's contradictory to say. That it goes without saying that totally contradicts what's been said before. Everything being said contradicts everything else. None of it is true. And yet, here it is. Here it is. It's like the absence of everything is what everything is. Everything is its own absence. Including you. What you are is the absence of you. And the absence of you is you. Man, I'm so glad that they're repaving this bike path. It's been so bumpy, and there's all these roots, all these tree roots that come through here and like make these huge bumps, and it's been like that for years, and they're finally repaving it, and it's gonna be so, because like before it was really like an obstacle course. It was like off-road, you know. It's like you gotta it's like be prepared for like a Mario game if you're gonna bike down this path. And then during the pandemic, they've had this street just closed off to the cars, which has been amazing to just be able to bike or walk or run on this street open. And while that's still going on, they're like repaving this bike path. And I'm not looking forward to this street reopening up to cars at all, but hopefully when it does, there'll be at least a more traversable bike path here. You know, this is just like some small talk for you, you know. It's fine and good. Small talk. It's like, you know, small talk it's not anything else than whatever the most profound shit is that you could think of. It's the same. It's like, even if every concept that I just used in my small talk was an empty concept, it's like, whatever. It's like, it's still that. It's that, you know? It is that. It also has the positive connotation. The positive connotation that emptiness can be enfolded into something that at least seems real, that manifests as real. It's like the real is the same as the unreal. It's like, it's actually that these concepts of real versus unreality are essentially meaningless in themselves. And so in that way, you don't actually just get stuck with one. You don't actually just get stuck with unreality. You know, that's not actually possible. Unreality, because it is unreal, cannot itself exist, and therefore there is reality. And that yet, you know, there isn't just reality. It's like there is, in scare quotes, also unreality. Or, you know, they are each other. They just are each other. In the same way that neither of them are at all. And so, you know, just like this doesn't make any sense. And so, like, you know, small talk is fine too. Stories, interpretations, it's fine. Anything is fine. You know, like highly subjective opinion. It's like, what else, you know? What else is there? I'm gonna sit on this bench for just a moment, or maybe a few moments. It doesn't matter. And drink some tea. I'm just like saying stupid things and doing, stupid things. That's the beauty of it, if you will. There's not really beauty of anything. Paradoxically, in the absence of the beauty. There, you know what I'm saying? You always know what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what I say. I'm not saying anything that you didn't know already. Because saying anything is the same as saying anything else. Like, I can feel good. I feel good. I'm making a long video. It's only a half hour to the end. Then I'm gonna feel real good. I'm gonna feel full of meaning and purpose. I'm gonna eat that sandwich. I'm gonna feel so full. I'm gonna eat this sandwich that I made. It's like, I might as well just tell you about this sandwich. I mean, I know you're dying to know about it at this point, After all we've gone through, you just want to hear about the sandwich. I'll indulge you. So I've been dumpster diving a lot because I love it. Dumpster diving for food, yes. And no, I'm not really broke. I'm not like broke or poor. I mean, I don't know, maybe somebody would consider me poor. It's a meaningless distinction. But I'm like not broke, I could buy food easily. But I've been dumpster diving since I was like 18 or 19, and I just love it. There's like, if you saw how much good shit they throw away, you would do it too, I think. Maybe. I mean, it depends on your circumstances. But I have to say that for years I've eaten like a fucking king and saved thousands of dollars on groceries. Like this is, if you want the explanation, this can be part of your explanation or whatever. It's like, how I can do something this pointless and this like uncommercially viable, like something that makes barely any money, and spend this much time on it. Like this is one component of that explanation. It's bullshit. There's not actual real, there's not actual real reason and sense making, but like we're here, we're bullshitting anyways. I'm going to tell you the story, and especially if you go with friends, you have housemates, you get a ton of good food. You get so much, in fact, that you can't even eat it all, and you have to like make little care boxes to take to your other friends who live in other houses, even though they never get you back. it's like kind of a one-way relationship, but you're happy to do it, you know, because like if they're your friends, you know, you're saving them money, you're reducing waste. The food would have otherwise gone to the landfill to rot and create methane or whatever. You're reducing the amount of consumption, so you're reducing the amount of cows that get slaughtered or soybean fields that get plowed, or etc. It's way more exciting than standing in line at the grocery store. And I like, personally, I just like the experience of like not knowing what I'm gonna find and then just finding a bunch of shit, more than like having to think about what I want exactly, and like coming up with like a meal plans and recipes, and like writing down a shopping list, and then going and spending hundreds of dollars on that shopping list so that I can have exactly what I want. And because closer to the truth, it's like I don't really give a fuck that much, and I'm like happy to like you find what you find, and then you get creative with what you have, and like you make some really good shit that way. You learn how to cook that way, and you have variety, because like maybe you get stuff that you wouldn't have thought of purchasing on your own volition. It just keeps it so exciting. It's not really sketchy, you know, like nobody really cares, except like sometimes you get like an angry grocery store employee that you might run into once, and that they're like they're like occasionally they'll be super indignant that you're eating for free while they labor for the money. And so like they're essentially telling you like, no, we want this food to go to the landfill instead of you having it, instead of somebody eating it. Which, you know, that's like an inescapable ridiculousness. Or it's like so transparently ridiculous. Okay, so yeah, so this is just like, I'm going off on a tangent. I'm going off on a long tangent that was originally supposed to be about me telling you about my sandwich, but like this is just the way that stories are nested, that meaning is completely like nested and built upon other, you know, meaning that's all essentially goes nowhere. It doesn't go anywhere. But this is all to lead up that my sandwich consists of uncured turkey franks, you know, hot dogs, like, you know, you cut it lengthwise so that they actually lay flat in the sandwich. You know, no nitrates added, because that shit's supposed to be as bad as smoking for you. And cucumber and mustard and all of those components were dumpstered. All of those components are dumpstered. The uncured turkey franks, the mustard, and the cucumber. And then I got some muhammara on there, which is it's like a Middle Eastern type of spread that's a lot like, it's pretty similar to baba ganoush, except it involves, instead of the eggplant, you roast some red bell peppers. So you roast a bunch of red bell peppers, and then you blend it up in a food processor with garlic, some toasted walnuts. I think I didn't have any walnuts, so I used almonds in this case. Olive oil, tahini, Aleppo pepper ideally, but if you can't find Aleppo pepper, because it is a little challenging to find, you can substitute what's that one, ancho. It's like not too different from ancho chili, or whatever, you know, like, you know, substitute anything for anything, always. Some salt and a little bit of pomegranate molasses is kind of, it's a little bit key, you know, adds a little bit of zing, a little tartness, and a little sweetness. But that, you know, that's a thing you find in the Middle Eastern grocery store. Am I forgetting anything else? Some salt, some cumin. And I add a little nutritional yeast to give it a little bit more umami. But that's you know, that's just me. Oh, and lemon juice. I think that's it. And then you just blend all that stuff together, and it's so good. It's so delicious. A friend of mine made it for me once, and I was knocked out, and so I got the recipe from her. And so in this case, I'll say that the bell peppers and the almonds and the lemon were dumpstered, and I think the rest of the ingredients came from a store. Maybe the salt, I think I actually dumpstered the salt, like some kosher big salt, however you call that. But like, yeah, the tahini and the garlic and the Aleppo pepper came from a store. I'm just telling you this for no reason. It doesn't matter, you know. So that's the muhamara. M-U. I think if you want to spell it in English, you know, it's like an Arabic word, but like M-U-H-A-M-M-A-R-A. You know, it's kind of like arbitrary, like how you choose to spell it. But you could look up the recipe. There's plenty of recipes online. It's really good. And then that way you also get to consume like a ton of red bell peppers, which is like that's like the highest source of vitamin C in food. You get a ton of vitamin C, which is just like great for you all around. Good for, you know, avoiding disease. I can't recommend it highly enough. And so it's that, and then there's some I did put some mixed like greens in there, like some spring mix on the sandwich, and those were left at my house by my friend who brought over some salad fixins the other day, and I was making something else. I was making like some dumpstered chicken burgers or something like that. And it's on sourdough. The sourdough I did actually purchase from the bakery that's around the corner from me. And it's just like, I didn't even need to buy bread, but you know, it's fresh baked and it's sourdough and it's a local bakery, you know. It's something to do. It's something to do, you know. It's not that expensive. So that's a sandwich, and I got 2 kosher dill pickle spears, also from the dumpster, in a little baggie next to the sandwich. I'm looking forward to eating those. That's what I brought. So I'm just telling you about this for no reason. I am at this point just looking forward to eating that outside on like the, you know, one of the first warm days of the year. You know, this is just like, you know, a positive valence to reality. It's fine. It's good. I would even say this is good, you know. I would say that I feel good. There's no problem with saying that, I guess. Those guys have purpose. They know what they're doing. I mean, maybe not actually, you know. That's still just my projection. In fact, like in that, there's actually a pretty high likelihood that pretty much all of those guys at one point or another have thought, what the hell am I doing? You know, especially when it gets really hard. You know what I'm talking about. You've had this thought before. You've had this tons of times of like, what the fuck am I doing? You might be having it right now. I'm just thinking about eating a sandwich, but I'm just like, not yet, because I guess, I mean, for no real reason other than it just kind of seems to not fit into the conceptual framework set forth around this video. But, you know, I'm already kind of like breaking the conceptual framework because I'm not walking. It is called walking and talking, but, you know, it's easy enough to just explain that away. Just that walking is, you know, an undefined concept, etc. There's no boundaries to walking, etc. Which is true, I think. I think it's pretty much true. I mean, like, conveniently true enough for me at this moment. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like, truth is only convenience, you know? Truth, all it is what's convenient for the truth teller. For the teller of truth. Whatever happens to be convenient to serve the individual at the moment is what truth is. Whatever's there to like create and maintain the individual. It's there to maintain the separation. You know, to maintain this idea that I have a sandwich and you don't. That something is better and something's not better. Something's worse. There's something else that could be better. There's a better state that could be, or yeah. To maintain a paradigm, to maintain a worldview that is to the advantage of the person claiming the truth. Always. Always. The truth is in fact creating the person and creating the world. Maybe I should try and like level out your viewpoint, because like, you know, actual horizontality seems to contribute to a sense of stability more so than diagonals. Let's try and do that. I know it's not perfectly level, but you know, I'm just gonna be, I might even just sit here for the whole 13 minutes left. It's a pretty good feeling to not have eaten anything today yet. Because you know, sometimes when it's like you think you're hungry, or you think that you feel hungry, but you know that you shouldn't feel hungry because like you ate a bunch of food the night before, and that feeling is actually maybe something else. It's just like your stomach actually beginning to digest or something like that. Like it's 3 o'clock. It's 3 in the afternoon now, and I have not eaten yet. But I feel totally fine. And so like even in the morning, even at like 8 a.m. or something, I was like, I feel like I could eat. But then I knew like actually like that's like a false hunger that'll pass, and then I'll actually feel fine after that, and then after a while I'll get actually hungry. So actually in this moment I don't actually know if I feel hungry at this moment. I don't know. But I do kind of know that I'm going to eat the sandwich as soon as this video is over. Because I can't really stop thinking about it. The women crew teams aren't grunting like the men crew team. Seems a little more chill. At least in this instance. And here's this guy with like a tiny sail on a kayak. That looks kind of fun, if unwieldy. Like I'm imagining myself having no idea how to control that thing. But if you could, that seems pretty fun. If you could actually harness the wind. Maybe I should get a boat. Maybe I should get a canoe or a kayak or something. Used off Craigslist or whatever. And plop it in this river. Just for no reason. Just for the same reason that I make these videos. None. It's mid-March. The tentative plan, the idea for tomorrow is to go listen to the frogs. This is crazy. I can't believe I'm talking about this shit. But the frogs will be going apeshit. They are going apeshit. And so it's a thing to do, you know? It's just a thing to do. Go listen to them. The wood frogs and the spring peepers specifically. Those make an appearance in a previous walking and talking video from around this time last year. This is just like specificity. It doesn't mean anything. It's like just as meaningless as anything else that could be said here. And it's like I know that's like this is kind of a treat for you, you know. Consider yourself lucky that I'm conceding specificity to you. So that you can get this warm fuzzy feeling that, oh, he's a normal person. He's a normal person like me. We're normal people. This guy and me. We're resonating on the level of normal people. This guy's okay. This guy's not deranged. This guy's not totally insane or being held hostage. He's a normal person like you and me. You should consider yourself lucky that I'm conceding these details, this specificity about my life, so that you can use that as a reflection of your own apparent solidity of your own identity, so that you can think of yourself as a normal person. It's fine though. I'm not trying to get too judgmental. It's completely acceptable. That's completely fine. But it's also just fun to give you a hard time. It's fun. It's fun to give yourself a hard time. Like, why the hell do you think I'm doing this? It's just to give myself a hard time and to give you a hard time. Because it's fun. Like, what? Why anything, you know? Why the hell do anything? You know, nothing's fun that's not hard. Isn't that obvious? And then isn't it obvious that something that's like that something that is deeply difficult is also deeply fun? Like and then a more expansive definition of the word fun. Doesn't that make sense to you? It seems perfectly. That seems perfectly normal to me. Like this is actually really normal. My whole YouTube channel, it is actually like incredibly normal. Like in the world, you know, like look at the rest of the world, look at my YouTube channel. It makes total sense. It's in there. It fits in. It's like in the same sense that you are totally normal. How could there be something that doesn't actually fit in? This doesn't mean anything. Like what I'm saying, you know, it's also, this is also bullshit. What a pretty weird episode, huh? It's like, it just, yeah, like, I can't say enough, like, how just, like, out of control it feels. Like, I had no idea, like, what the fuck this video is. But I feel fine. And like in retrospect of this entire video, like the entire video is actually pretty fucking interesting at this point to me. Like even as a whole, even as an object. It's like every part of this video contradicts every other part, it seems like, and at the same time there's no contradiction. It's, you know, it's total insanity, and it's just total, it's completely normal. It's really like expected, you know, like how in a sense, even though I'm saying like this is totally out of control, it's also just like, it's totally expected. You know what I'm saying? Well, anyways, that's it. This is it. That's the 4 hours. So I mean, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Like, thank you for being who you are, or who you aren't. And see you next time. Bye.